Welcome, dear friend. I'm so glad you've joined me tonight here on Dreamy Nights, Bedtime Stories for Sleep. This is your time to rest, to set everything else aside and let your mind drift into stillness. You prepare to close your eyes. Know that you are safe. You are allowed to let go of every concern from your day. The world will take care of itself while you rest. This moment is only for you. Feel the weight of your body being supported, the surface beneath you holding you gently as if the earth itself has cupped you in its palms. Your shoulders can loosen, your breath can slow, and your mind can soften into ease. Tonight, I will take you to a quiet place, an observatory perched upon a hill, where a gentle stargazer named Clara spends her evening in the company of the night sky. It is a place of warmth, safety, and peace. Every detail is designed to soothe your senses and guide you into deep, effortless sleep. Let's begin our journey together. Imagine the evening has settled. The last traces of sunset have faded, and the sky has turned a rich, velvety blue. A soft breeze carries the faintest whisper of night air, cool and refreshing, brushing lightly across your skin. The observatory stands quietly, a wooden sanctuary with its rounded dome reaching toward the heavens. Clara approaches with calm steps along the path, her shawl drawn gently around her shoulders. Each step upon the wooden decking gives a soft creak, a sound so light it seems almost to welcome her home. She pauses at the doorway, her hand resting on the polished brass handle. The metal is cool to her touch, smooth and familiar. With a gentle turn, the door swings inward, and the hinges offer the faintest sigh, not sharp or startling, but low and mellow, like a friendly voice speaking softly after a long day. Inside, the observatory greets her with the familiar hush. The room feels timeless, suspended in stillness, and yet small sounds shape the air. In one corner, a brass clock ticks steadily, each second measured with patience. The rhythm is unhurried, a constant companion, as though it has been keeping the night's time for centuries. Clara steps inside her shoes, tapping lightly on the wooden floorboards. They answer with gentle creaks, each one unique, yet all soft and grounding, reminding her of the sturdy beams that hold the place together. These are the sounds of a safe refuge, each one like a note in a lullaby. Clara crosses to the small desk and reaches for the oil lamp resting there. With practiced ease, she lights it. The faint strike of a match is followed by a delicate flare, and then the flame settles into a warm, steady glow. The sound is soft, a little hiss, a gentle pop as the wick takes hold, and then the whisper of flame becoming steady. The light spreads slowly across the room, forming a golden circle on the desk. Star charts, notebooks, and polished instruments catch its glow. Outside the circle, the room remains dim and quiet shadows, soft and unthreatening, like a blanket that allows the lamp's warmth to shine even brighter. The clock continues its ticking. The floorboards breathe gently beneath her feet. And now, the quiet hum of Clara's voice joins in a soft tune she hums almost unconsciously as she prepares the space. It is low and soothing, more felt than heard, blending seamlessly with the sounds of the room. She takes a seat at the desk for a moment. The chair sighs faintly as it settles under her. Her hands move slowly, methodically arranging the items before her. She smooths the pages of a star chart with her fingertips, the paper carrying the faint rustle of age. She adjusts the telescope's brass fittings, each movement producing a muted click of metal on metal, delicate and precise. The sounds are so small, yet together they form a harmony of quiet living wood, brass flame, paper voice. All of them working gently together, never rushing, never demanding, simply being. Clara closes her eyes for a moment and listens. She breathes in deeply, and the stillness of the observatory settles around her like a cloak. The sounds of the world outside are distant now. Only the faint whisper of wind can be heard through the slightly open window. It carries no chill, only freshness, as though the night itself has stepped forward to greet her. She reaches for a teacup resting nearby. Earlier, she had prepared it, knowing the evening's rituals would not be complete without its comfort. She lifts the cup gently, the porcelain making a faint hollow note as it touches the saucer. When she sips, there is the tiniest sound, a whisper of liquid moving, settling back into stillness. Warmth spreads through her chest as the honey-sweetened herbal tea soothes her. The sip is small but satisfying. She places the cup back onto the saucer, letting the delicate clink echo softly before being absorbed into the quiet of the room. The clock ticks on. The lamp hums faintly as its flame shifts in the oil. A breeze ruffles the pages of a nearby notebook, creating a faint, airy rustle. Clara smiles gently at these familiar sounds, all so small, yet all reminding her that she is exactly where she needs to be. As she prepares to adjust the telescope, Clara pauses once more to listen. She allows herself to sink into the rhythm of sound that fills the observatory. The creak of wood, the tick of the clock, the whisper of wind, the hum of her own breath. Each sound is soft, and yet together they weave a cocoon of safety. There is no need for words, no need for action, only presence, only listening. The room itself feels alive, not with busyness but with calm companionship. It is a lullaby without music, a melody composed only of moments. Clara takes another sip of tea, lets the warmth linger, and hums a single line of her tune again. The notes are steady, rising and falling like the tide of her breath. She feels her shoulders loosen, her spirit quieten. It is enough, she thinks. Tonight, everything is enough. Clara lets her hand rest lightly on the telescope, feeling the smooth brass under her fingertips. The metal has been polished many times, and under the glow of the oil lamp, it gleams softly, as if it too were reflecting a piece of the night sky. She reaches for a small cloth lying folded on the desk. With careful motions, she begins to polish the lens. Each gentle stroke clears a thin layer of dust that had settled since her last evening here. She doesn't rush. Instead, she lets the action become part of the rhythm of the night. The cloth moves in slow circles, catching the lamplight and sending tiny glimmers dancing across the curved glass. She pauses, lifting the telescope slightly toward the open window. The night sky peers in velvet dark and filled with a quiet scattering of stars. They shine with a clarity that feels timeless, as though They have been waiting for her, twinkling patiently until her gaze returned. The lamp's golden glow mixes with the silver light drifting through the window. Together, they paint the room in layers of brightness and shadow. On the desk, the star charts are gently illuminated. The inked lines of constellations seem to shimmer under the changing light, as if the stars on paper are answering the stars above. Clara hums once more her melody, soft and thoughtful, as she positions the telescope toward a section of sky she knows well. She adjusts the brass fittings, the screws turning with slow precision. Each adjustment makes the instrument respond, angling upward, then slightly to the left, aligning with the dark stretch between two beams of starlight. She lowers her eye to the lens, and the rest of the room fades. Now her vision is filled only with the expanse above, a field of constellations stretching out in endless patterns. The stars glisten like threads of silver, delicate yet infinite, woven into the fabric of the night. She breathes slowly, letting her eyes travel across the points of light. Some shine brightly, as if calling attention to themselves. Others are faint like whispers at the edge of sight. Together, they form a harmony, not a song with words, but a stillness that speaks of distance, of age, of calm eternity. Clara smiles softly to herself. She has seen these constellations countless times, but each evening feels like a reunion with old friends. Tonight, they are steady and clear. She traces the lines in her mind, the curve of one constellation, the gentle angle of another. Her hand reaches for the journal resting open on the desk. Without looking away for too long, she dips her pen into ink and begins to sketch. The lamplight glows against the page, her lines forming stars and patterns, careful and unhurried. Each dot of ink represents a star. Each stroke joins them with invisible threads. Slowly, her drawing comes alive, a mirror of what she sees above. Outside the window, the sky deepens further into night. A thin sliver of moon rises silver and pale, its glow soft and distant. The observatory dome frames the view like a painting. Shadows stretch long across the floor, touched by both the golden lamp and the silver moonlight. The two sources of light mingle, creating a gentle tapestry of warmth and coolness. Clara leans back slightly, her shawl brushing against the wooden chair. She gazes not only through the telescope, but also with her own eyes unfiltered. Sometimes she prefers the directness of it, the way the stars seem to shimmer more vividly when seen without glass, as if speaking directly to her. She notes the quiet beauty of it, how the stars appear, not as distant fires, but as patient companions, scattered in comforting constellations. No urgency, need for discovery, simply presence, simply being. She takes a small pause to sip her tea again. The surface of the liquid catches the light, reflecting the flame of the lamp. In miniature, a tiny glowing world held within the cup. The warmth soothes her again, and when she sets the cup down, the soft clink echoes in the stillness, like a punctuation mark at the end of a gentle sentence. Returning to her journal, she adds a few notes in tidy handwriting. She records the brightness of a certain star, the faint shimmer of another nearby. Her descriptions are simple, not for an audience, but for herself, a way of honoring what she sees, of giving the stars a place in her own small world. As she writes, her eyes drift upward again, and she notices the faint sweep of the Milky Way cutting across the darkness. It appears as a soft band, pale and diffuse, yet rich with countless points of light. In the telescope, it becomes even more intricate stars, clustered together in dazzling numbers. Clara feels her breath catch softly, not in surprise, but in quiet awe. The observatory seems to respond to her stillness. The lamp flickers slightly, sending shadows quivering across the wooden beams. The clock ticks on, steady as ever, each second a reminder that time is passing slowly, gently, without rush. The night is both vast and intimate, infinite above, and contained within the safety of these walls. Clara adjusts the telescope again, turning it toward another part of the sky. The mechanism moves smoothly, brass fittings sliding with a muted gleam. She looks again, finding new stars to sketch, new patterns to note. With each adjustment, a new piece of the sky opens itself, like the slow turning of pages in a book that has no end. The stars are endless, yet she takes them one at a time, savoring each glimpse. She writes, she sketches, she gazes. Her shawl keeps her warm, her tea keeps her comforted, and the lamp keeps the shadows at bay. Every element of the night fits together like a puzzle designed for rest. After some time, she leans back again and closes her eyes for a moment. The patterns of stars remain in her vision, shimmering behind her eyelids. She imagines them as lanterns hung in the sky, each one steady and patient. She feels the calm of their light settling into her, as though the stars themselves are whispering, "You are safe. You are enough. You are not alone." The room grows softer around her. Shadows stretch quietly. The lamp glow steady. Through the window, the silver of the moon touches the telescope, the brass catching the reflection like a gentle spark. Clara rests her hand there, feeling its solidity, its permanence. She opens her eyes once more, gazing upward with fresh clarity. The constellations are there waiting timeless. She takes another breath, another sip of tea, and returns to her notes, content to let the night unfold at its own pace. Clara lays her pen gently across the open journal, letting it rest there for a moment while she leans back into her chair. The wood feels cool and smooth beneath her palms as she runs her hands lightly over the armrests. The chair has been here for many years, its surface worn into a satin-like polish by countless evenings of quiet study. It supports her fully, as though it knows the shape of her presence and has been waiting for her return. She adjusts her shawl around her shoulders, pulling it closer. The fabric is soft, woven wool with a texture that feels both sturdy and comforting. It brushes against her skin with a feathery touch, insulating her from the night air that drifts through the open window. The faint chill meets the warmth of the shawl, and together they create a balance cool and cozy, refreshing and safe. Her fingertips wander to the edges of her journal. The paper is thick, slightly textured, each page carrying a subtle grain. As she smooths her hand across the surface, she feels the resistance of the fibers, the delicate pull beneath her touch. It is different from the sleekness of brass or the polish of wood, more natural, more alive, as though the paper remembers the trees it once belonged to. Clara rises slowly from her chair, the wool brushing against her arms as she moves. The floorboards beneath her give a soft creak, warm and solid under her slippers. She walks toward the telescope again, resting her hand on its brass body. The metal is cool, almost silken, each curve shaped to fit the purpose of guiding vision to the stars. She runs her hand along its length, feeling the way the surface shifts from polished smoothness to finely ridged adjustments. Every texture tells a story of design, of care, of ritual. She adjusts the eyepiece again, her fingertips turning the small knobs with deliberate slowness. The brass is firm under her grip, yet it yields smoothly to her intention, moving with the ease of something well crafted and well kept. She feels the subtle vibration of the mechanism, the way it hums faintly through her fingers as the gears align. When she places her eye to the telescope once more, the view sharpens. The constellations leap into clarity, not with drama, but with calm steadiness. She touches the side of the telescope gently, as if in thanks, appreciating the way her own hands and the instrument have come together to create this window into the infinite. After some time, she steps away and lets her palm glide across the wall of the observatory. The wood is cool and faintly textured grooves from the grain pressing softly against her skin. She pauses, enjoying the sensation, the connection to something solid and grounding. It is like pressing her hand against the earth itself. Even though she stands high on a hill, she trails her fingers along a shelf, brushing over the edges of books and star charts. Some covers are smooth leather, others rough cloth. Each one offers its own tactile story. The slightly raised imprint of a title, the softened edges from years of handling. Clara enjoys these small differences, noticing them as tenderly as she notices the stars. She chooses one book at random, lifting it carefully. The weight rests warmly in her hands, the spine giving a faint creak as she opens it. The pages inside are crisp yet pliant, and when she turns them, the paper slides beneath her fingers with a reassuring rustle. She sets the book down gently on the desk, feeling the sturdy thump as it meets the wood. Returning to her chair, Clara sinks into the seat once more. She tucks her shawl tighter, the fabric draping around her like a gentle cocoon. The wooden arms are cool against her forearms, grounding her. She lays her palms flat on the desk in front of her, absorbing the faint unevenness of its surface. Small nicks, smooth grooves, the character of wood that has lived a long life. Her journal waits open. She touches the page again, running her fingertip across a line she wrote earlier. The ink is dry now, slightly raised, giving a faint texture different from the paper itself. She smiles at this. How even words have a physical presence. How thought becomes something her hands can feel. She lifts the pen again, the wooden shaft fitting snugly into her grip. Its surface is worn smooth, where her fingers usually rest, a small reminder of the hours she has spent writing here. She begins another sketch, each stroke leaving not just a mark on paper, but a tiny tactile shift, a physical change that she feels as much as she sees. Clara pauses again to sip her tea. The porcelain cup feels delicate in her hand, smooth and cool against her fingers, though warmth radiates from the liquid inside. She tilts it gently, and the warmth touches her lips, spreading through her with quiet comfort. She sets the cup back down, letting her fingertips linger on the rim for a moment, appreciating its fragile strength. She wraps her shawl more tightly, drawing the soft fabric around her. The texture reminds her of gentle clouds of woven care. She presses it lightly against her cheek, smiling at the simple comfort. The fibers are steady and kind, offering her not only warmth, but also presence. As the clock ticks on, she lets her hand fall loosely to her lap, fingers brushing over the folds of the shawl. The texture is endlessly soothing, shifting under her touch with each small movement. She closes her eyes for a moment, feeling rather than seeing, trusting her sense of touch to ground her in this sanctuary. The room holds her gently. She can feel it in every texture, the smoothness of brass, the softness of wool, the grain of wood, the firmness of paper, the delicate strength of porcelain. Each one is different, yet all are part of the same safe whole. Clara breathes deeply, her palms pressed lightly against the desk once again, and thinks about how comforting it is to be surrounded by these familiar textures. Touch she reflects, is one of the most tender ways the world speaks. Through her hands, she knows the stability of wood, the warmth of cloth, the endless patience of paper, and through touch, she knows herself as well steady, grounded present. She leans back in her chair, her shawl wrapped like a gentle embrace, her hands resting quietly. The night continues above the stars, eternal. But here inside the observatory, time seems to slow until all that remains is texture, safety, and rest. Clara sits quietly for a few moments, eyes half closed, letting the night deepen around her. The ticking of the clock continues its gentle rhythm, while the flame of the lamp wavers only slightly, casting its golden glow. With her senses softened by stillness, she begins to notice another layer of the observatory's presence. Its aromas, subtle and comforting, woven into the air like threads in a tapestry. The first is the unmistakable scent of old paper. From the shelves around her, countless journals and charts exhale their quiet fragrance. It is a dry, papery aroma, touched with the faint sharpness of ink that has aged gracefully over the years. When Clara breathes in the scent, reminds her of time spent in study, of evenings gently turning pages of knowledge, stored not to impress, but simply to be remembered. She leans closer to her open journal. The ink she set down earlier has dried, yet its fragrance still lingers faintly. It is subtle, a trace of iron, a whisper of resin. She smiles softly, savoring the way even words have their own scent, as though thought itself leaves an imprint on the air. The oil lamp adds its own gentle note. It is not strong or harsh, but a delicate mingling of flame and fuel, an earthy aroma that blends seamlessly with the wood and paper around it. Clara tilts her head toward the light and breathes in, comforted by its warmth. It is a scent that says, "I am here, steady and glowing, keeping the dark at bay." From the brass telescope comes another fragrance, faint but distinct, the polished tang of metal that has been cared for. It is a clean scent, smooth and subtle, like sunlight on cool stone. When she rests her hand against the telescope, she notices it Even more, the aroma rising softly as her touch warms the brass. She inhales again, and the faint polish she used earlier comes to her memory, a gentle wax carrying notes of beeswax and faint citrus. It lingers in the air, making the whole room feel freshly tended, like a beloved space that has been carefully kept. But the most vivid scent drifts from the open window. The night air carries coolness, touched by the freshness of dew. It slips into the room in soft waves, bringing with it the fragrance of grass leaves and the distant earth. Clara rises slowly from her chair and steps toward the window, pulling her shawl more tightly around her shoulders as she moves. She rests her hands on the sill and leans forward, breathing deeply. The air outside is cool and crisp, but it is gentle too, never sharp. It carries the fragrance of pine trees standing further down the hill, mingled with the faint sweetness of distant blossoms that have not yet released their scent entirely to the night. She closes her eyes and lets the aroma wash over her. It is grounding, like the earth reminding her that even as she studies the sky, she is always held safely below by soiled stone and root. The scent carries no urgency, no weight, only calm reassurance. On a nearby shelf rests a small sachet of dried lavender tucked away in a dish of smooth stone. Clara takes it in her hands, now feeling the fabric pouch, soft beneath her fingers. When she brings it to her nose, the fragrance unfurls, sweet floral soothing. The lavender mingles with the night air, filling the observatory with an added layer of calm. She squeezes the sachet gently, releasing more of its aroma, and sets it down near her journal. The scent seems to settle into the paper, the wood, even her shawl, weaving itself into the atmosphere of the night. She breathes in deeply, the lavender calming her body, telling her muscles to release, telling her mind that everything is already enough. Nearby, she opens a small drawer from the desk. Inside are sheets of parchment she has scented lightly with pressed herbs weeks ago. The fragrance rises as she lifts one faint rosemary, delicate sage, a whisper of mint. She does not need to write on them tonight. Instead, she simply enjoys their perfume, holding the page close for a quiet inhale before laying it gently back inside. She pours another sip of tea, and the aroma greets her even before the liquid touches her lips. chamomile mellow and grassy, with the golden sweetness of honey still lingering. She cups the porcelain gently, letting the steam rise into her face, the fragrance wrapping around her like a soft cloud. She inhales deeply, savoring the way warmth and sweetness meet in the air before she drinks. The scent drifts into her memory, evenings past nights, when she sat here with a similar cup, always with the same calm, always with the same steady companionship of the stars. She feels grateful for this continuity, this ritual that ties each night to the next with threads of aroma and taste. After sipping, she sets the cup down and lets the fragrance linger in the air, mingling with the lavender, the old books, the night breeze. Clara returns to the telescope. She lowers her face to the eyepiece, but before she looks, she simply breathes, noticing the faint metallic tang of brass near her skin. It is clean and firm, grounding her once more in the present. She looks through and sees the constellations glittering back at her. Their light may be silent, but in her imagination, even the stars seem to have a scent. Cool, crystalline, untouched, like frost upon the highest peaks. She inhales again, and the room fills with this harmony of fragrances, lamp oil and paper brass polish, and lavender tea and wood, fresh air and pine. None is overwhelming. All are gentle layers blending into one whole. It is as if the observatory itself has drawn a deep, steady breath, exhaling safety and calm into her spirit. She steps away from the telescope and kneels slightly by the shelf where more books wait. She pulls one halfway out, and the faint musty sweetness of older pages greets her. She doesn't open it fully. She only inhales gently, cherishing the comforting scent. The book slides back into place with a muted thud, and its fragrance lingers like a memory placed gently back into its resting spot. Returning to her chair, Clara settles again, shawl around her shoulders, tea steaming faintly nearby. She rests her palms on the desk, closes her eyes, and inhales deeply once more. The room is filled with layered aromas, each one a familiar voice, each one telling her, "You are home, you are safe, you are enough." She smiles softly, her breathing slow and even her body wrapped not only in warmth but also in fragrance. She thinks of how the world speaks through scent, how the earth, the wood, the books, and the flowers all offer their gentle voices. Tonight she feels them as companions surrounding her in calmness. The lamp flickers again, its tiny hiss releasing a trace more aroma into the air. The night breeze continues to thread the scents of pine and grass through the window. The lavender rests nearby, still releasing its sweetness, while the tea cools its fragrance, softening with each passing minute. Clara leans back, inhaling once more, and allows her body to sink fully into the chair. Every breath carries comfort. Every inhale brings reassurance. Every exhale releases what little tension remains. She drifts in this cocoon of fragrance, letting the night's gentle chorus of aromas lull her further into ease. Clara looks toward her cup, the porcelain catching a glimmer of lamplight on its curved edge. She lifts it carefully, savoring the warmth against her palms. The tea has cooled slightly now, but the aroma is still rich and steady. She brings the cup to her lips and takes a slow sip. The taste is gentle chamomile. First, its soft grassy sweetness, brushing lightly across her tongue. Beneath it comes the golden note of honey, warm and mellow like sunlight woven into liquid form. Together, the flavors linger in her mouth, unhurried, soothing, reminding her of the comfort in simple things. She lets the sip sit for a moment, her tongue resting against the roof of her mouth, her breath mingling with the steam. Only after a pause does she swallow, feeling the warmth slide down her throat and spread outward. The sensation is both physical and emotional, a calm that begins in her chest and extends to every corner of her being. She sets the cup down again with care, allowing the faint clink to echo softly. For a moment, she simply watches the surface of the tea. A wisp of steam curls upward, carrying its fragrance while the honeyed liquid glows faintly in the lamplight. The glow reminds her of late summer fields, golden and abundant, yet quiet now in memory. Clara reaches for a small tin on the shelf above the desk. Its lid opens with a soft click, and inside rests a handful of amber-colored honey drops. She chooses one, places it gently on her tongue, and lets it dissolve slowly. The flavor blooms at once, a concentrated sweetness that melts into warmth. The taste is familiar, comforting, but also layered. As the candy softens, a hint of floral notes emerges, faint lavender, faint chamomile, as though the fields themselves had whispered into the recipe. She closes her eyes and allows the flavor to expand, imagining herself walking through meadows at dusk, air warm and sweet, every step unhurried. She breathes deeply as the candy melts her lips, curving in a faint smile. The sweetness lingers, clinging to the edges of her tongue, softening into calm. She swallows slowly, the taste carrying with it the memory of home, of safety, of care. Beside her, the teacup waits patiently. She pours the last of its contents into her mouth, letting the cooler tea wash over the sweetness of the honey drop. The flavors mingle, layering grass, blossom, and nectar together. It feels abundant and kind, like a chorus of comfort. She sets the empty cup aside. Her fingers linger on its rim for a moment, grateful for the nourishment it has offered. She thinks of how often it is the simplest tastes, warm tea, a touch of honey, that bring the deepest sense of peace. Clara leans back in her chair shawl, wrapped close, and reflects on the kindness of taste. She thinks of how every sip, every flavor has been a gift, not from far away, not from distant times, but from the present moment. The chamomile growing in a nearby garden, the honey gathered patiently by bees, the herbs pressed and dried, all of them coming together here tonight to soothe her body and spirit. She thinks too of the gratitude hidden in each ritual. To sip tea is not only to taste, it is to pause to acknowledge the care that went into its making, to honor the connection between earth and hand, between hand and heart. She closes her eyes and breathes the flavors, still lingering, the gratitude deepening. After a while, Clara rises once more and moves quietly across the room. The floorboards creak softly under her steps, their sound softened by her slow pace. She approaches a small cabinet and opens it with care. Inside, she keeps a few simple comforts: a jar of dried fruit, a small bundle of herbs tied with string, another tin of honey drops. She takes one of the dried fruits, a slice of apple pale and slightly curled from the drying process. She places it on her tongue and bites gently. The texture is chewy, the flavor concentrated, sweet yet earthy. It tastes of orchards in autumn, of crisp afternoons, where the air smells faintly of leaves and wood smoke. She chews slowly, savoring every bite until the sweetness fades. When it is gone, she feels the quiet satisfaction of having tasted something whole, something unadorned and honest. She places the jar back in its place and closes the cabinet softly. Returning to her chair, she draws her shawl close once again. She leans back and rests both hands on her lap, feeling the taste still lingering on her tongue. Sweetness, warmth, floral notes, all of them blending into a memory of nourishment and calm. She sighs softly, the release of air carrying with it the comfort of completion. She thinks of the stars above and how they too could be imagined as flavors. Some sharp and bright like citrus, some cool and distant like mint, some soft and honeyed like chamomile itself. And together, perhaps they taste of the infinite, countless notes blending into a single harmony. She smiles at the thought, letting her imagination soften her body further. She closes her eyes, runs her tongue lightly against the roof of her mouth, and savors the last trace of sweetness there. Nothing is lacking, nothing is missing. Everything is enough. The clock ticks on. The lamp glows steadily. The air drifts in from the window, carrying faint scents to join with taste. And Clara sits in this cocoon of comfort, her body nourished, her spirit quiet. She lets herself simply be, her mouth tinged with honey, her chest warmed by tea, her heart filled with calm. The observatory seems to breathe with her, in out, steady and slow. She imagines it holding her gently, as though the wooden walls, the brass telescope, the shelves of books, and the glow of the lamp have all come together simply to keep her safe. She tilts her head back, eyes closed, lips curving faintly upward, and lets the last sweetness of the evening dissolve into her. A moment of pure gratitude, a moment of pure enoughness. Clara rests her empty teacup on the desk aligning it neatly on its saucer. The faint clink fades into the stillness almost at once, absorbed by the quiet of the observatory. She folds her hands gently in her lap and listens. The soundscape is subtle, delicate, yet rich. The brass clock ticks in its patient rhythm, each second a soft tap, as though the room itself is breathing. The lamp offers a faint hiss, an occasional pop, steadying the air with its warmth. Outside, the breeze curls softly through the open window, ruffling the edge of a star chart and creating the faintest paper rustle. Her shawl shifts against her shoulders as she exhales, the fibers brushing together with a scent as soft as distant leaves. Even her own breathing has joined the symphony, a low, steady sound that anchors her in place. She rises slowly, her slippers padding against the wooden floor. Each step makes the boards creak in gentle reply, never sharp, never startling, only the sound of wood, remembering the weight of those who walk upon it. She pauses near the telescope, resting her hand upon it. The brass fitting makes a muted ringing tone as her fingers adjust it, like the faint chime of a bell heard from far away. She lowers her eye to the lens and inhales. Beyond the stars shimmer in silence. Yet, in her imagination, they seem to sing a sound too delicate for human ears. A hum of presence, a chorus of distance, the universe's quiet hymn. She does not strain to hear it. She simply allows herself to sense it, to feel it through the rhythm of her own heartbeat. From outside, a faint new sound appears. A night bird stirs somewhere among the trees. Its call is low, drawn out, and unhurried. It repeats once, twice, then falls silent again, leaving the air to settle back into its stillness. Clara tilts her head, smiling softly. She feels as though the bird, too, is part of her quiet ritual, adding its voice to the night's lullaby. Moments later, she hears the faint brushing of wings, the whisper of feathers moving through open air. The sound fades quickly, as if the bird has drifted into another part of the forest. Clara lingers on the memory of its call, appreciating the gift of its brief companionship. She returns to the desk and takes up her pen again. As she writes, the nib makes its own sound, a faint scratching as ink touches paper. The noise is not harsh, but soothing a steady rhythm of thought, becoming form. Each stroke carries meaning, yet also music, the sound of creation at its quietest. Her humming returns low and tuneful, weaving itself between the scratch of the pen and the ticking of the clock. The melody rises and falls like breath, unhurried, soft, filling the spaces of the observatory without ever overwhelming them. She does not hum for performance, but for presence, the way a flame flickers or a breeze stirs leaves. She pauses her writing and listens once more. The silence is never empty. It is filled with layers of sound so gentle they almost dissolve into stillness. The faint creak of the chair as she leans back, the whisper of her shawl against the wood, the tiny shift of paper as it settles, the steady clock unchanging. Each sound feels like a word in a conversation, yet the conversation is one of calm, of safety. Clara feels no need to respond. She simply listens, and by listening, she belongs. Her eyes drift to the window again. The night breeze flows in, carrying a faint whisper that shifts through the room. It slides across the desk, rustling the edges of charts before curling back into the darkness. The sound reminds her of the sea waves lapping gently on a shore she cannot see, but can imagine. She stands by the window shawl, draped close, and listens more deeply. The forest outside speaks in hushed tones, leaves brushing branches, shifting slightly, insects weaving their soft chorus in the distance. None of it is loud. All of it is steady, steady enough to blend into one whole. Clara breathes with it, feeling herself part of this larger rhythm. When she returns to the telescope, she adjusts it once more. The fittings make their small clicks and turns, brass against brass, each one a soft punctuation. She lowers her eye again, gazing at a new section of sky. Silence greets her once more, yet she imagines the stars humming in quiet resonance. She lingers there, ear attuned to something she cannot fully hear, yet knows is there. The silence is not absence, it is fullness. A fullness so vast it holds everything: sound, thought, breath, life. Clara feels herself merging into it, no longer separate, but embraced by the universe's quiet song. She pulls away, slowly, rests both hands on the desk, and allows herself to be still. Her breath rises, falls. The sounds of the observatory gather once more. Clock lamp, shawl, breeze. Each one steady, each one present. She lets them move through her, around her, with her. She thinks to listen is to be alive. To listen is to belong. And so she closes her eyes, places her palms flat upon the desk, and allows the soundscape to carry her further inward, not outward toward activity, not upward toward thought, but inward toward rest, toward stillness, toward peace. Clara opens her eyes slowly, letting her gaze drift across the observatory. The lamplight flickers softly, painting golden highlights along the edges of books and the telescope's polished surface. Shadows stretch long across the floorboards, their movements so subtle they seem to sway like slow breath. She leans forward, resting her chin lightly against her hand, and watches the lamp glow, ripple across her journal's page. The inked sketches catch the light stars rendered in black and white, but given a new shimmer by the lamp. Each mark feels alive, illuminated, as though the very constellations had descended onto paper to glow for her. She turns to the window. Outside, the sky is velvet deep, scattered with pinpoints of starlight. Some glisten sharply bold against the darkness. Others shimmer faintly, requiring her to soften her gaze, to let the darkness itself guide her eyes toward them. She loves this, how sight is not only sharpness, but softness too. The moon has risen higher, a pale silver crescent, curving elegantly in the sky. Its glow spills gently through the observatory dome, falling across the telescope and the floor. The silver mixes with the golden lamp glow, creating a tapestry of light and shadow, warm and cool, dancing together. Clara watches the mingling with quiet delight, marveling at how two lights, one from flame, one from the heavens, can coexist so tenderly. She adjusts the telescope once more, its brass fittings gleaming faintly in the lamplight. Lowering her eye to the lens, she finds a new constellation. The stars sharpen in her view, delicate yet unwavering, scattered like grains of salt across a midnight cloth. She traces their lines slowly, her eyes lingering on each luminous point, committing them to memory. She sketches them in her journal, each dot carefully placed, each line gently drawn. The lamp glows against her hand as she writes, the quill's shadow stretching long across the page. She pauses now and then to lift her head, comparing paper to sky, adjusting her marks until they mirror what she sees above. When she pulls away from the telescope, she tilts her head back and looks directly upward. The dome's opening frames the sky perfectly, a circle of velvet night scattered with countless lights. Her breath stills as she lets her eyes drift wider, taking in more stars, more shapes, more shimmering wonders. The Milky Way arcs faintly across the heavens, a diffuse glow that seems both near and endless. She sees clusters, patterned streaks of brightness, all layered together into a tapestry without edge. For a long moment, she simply stares, letting the vastness fill her. Her eyes blur slightly, stars shimmering into softer orbs, as if the sky itself is breathing with her. She blinks slowly, and the sharpness returns, each star crisp once again. She finds beauty in both the clarity of detail and the blur of softness. Both belong, both soothe. Clara rises from her chair and holds the lamp, gently carrying it across the room. Its glow throws new shadows against the wall, stretching in elongated shapes. The flame inside flickers as she moves, bending and swaying, sending light darting across brass, wood, and paper. She sets the lamp down on a different table, and the shift in illumination changes everything. Shadows rearrange themselves. The telescope gleams differently. The window appears deeper, framed now in silver rather than gold. She smiles at the transformation. Even in stillness, sight reveals infinite variety. Nothing truly repeats. Everything shifts softly from moment to moment. She lets her eyes wander, finding new beauty in familiar corners. She returns to the window once again. Outside, the trees at the hill's edge sway faintly in the moonlight, their branches outlined in silver. Beyond them, the horizon lies quiet, the darkness so complete that the stars seem brighter by contrast. A soft shimmer of dew coats the grass, catching the moonlight in delicate glints. Her gaze lifts higher, and again the constellations greet her. They feel timeless, like companions who have always been there waiting. She sees them not only as stars, but as stories, as threads woven through generations. Tonight, though, she needs no stories, only light, only presence. She sits back down and opens another chart. By lamplight, she compares its printed lines to the heavens above. She notices slight differences. A star brighter than expected, another dimmer. She adds her own gentle notes in the margin, her eyes steady, patient, observing without judgment. Each mark on paper feels like a conversation with the sky, each one saying quietly, "I see you. I remember you." When she finishes, she sets down her pen and simply watches. Her eyes soften, moving from paper to sky, from flame to silver, from near to far. She breathes with her vision, letting it expand and contract like a tide. A moment comes when the world seems to pause. The clock ticks on the lamp flickers, but Clara's awareness narrows to a single point, a cluster of stars above, glowing steadily as if shining only for her. She feels her breath catch softly, not from surprise, but from the beauty of it, a beauty so deep it cannot be described, only experienced. Her eyes moisten faintly, not with sadness, but with the tenderness of being alive, of seeing, of knowing that the universe is endless and yet here in this moment, present with her. She whispers quietly, "Thank you." The stars shimmer in return, steady and patient, eternal companions in silence. She lowers her gaze back into the room, letting her eyes adjust once more to lamplight and shadow. The golden glow feels warmer now, closer, as though it too has responded to her moment of stillness. She looks at the brass telescope, gleaming in its light, at the paper resting in soft folds on the desk, at the shawl draped across her shoulders. Each sight comforts her anew, each sight reminding her she is held, she is safe. The observatory glows softly both inside and out. In this mingling of lamplight and starlight, Clara feels surrounded by gentle vision, the nearness of things she can touch, the distance of things she can only gaze upon. Together, they form a sanctuary of sight, a haven of calm. Clara lowers her gaze from the dome's opening and lets her eyes rest once again upon the desk. Her hands find the edges of her journal, fingertips brushing over the textured paper. She lingers there for a moment, feeling the faint ridges of ink beneath her touch words and sketches that now exist both in her mind and in the physical world. She closes the book, gently pressing her palm against the cover, as if sealing the night's reflections within. The leather is cool and smooth, softening under her warmth. She holds her hand there for a breath, grounding herself in the sensation. It is a quiet way of saying enough for now. Rest and wait for tomorrow. Her shawl has slipped slightly from her shoulder. She gathers it back, drawing the wool around her with slow care. The fabric brushes her cheek, its texture a comforting weight, both soft and strong. It feels like an embrace, woven with patience, holding her body against the night air. She tucks it under her arms, smoothing the folds across her lap until they fall into place. Her fingers play idly with the fringe, twisting a small strand and releasing it again and again. Each movement offers a tactile rhythm, grounding her deeper in the moment. The wool yields easily pliant beneath her fingertips, never resisting, only responding. She sets her hand upon the wooden desk. The surface is cool, faintly uneven from years of use. She traces the grain, slowly letting the texture guide her fingers. Some ridges rise slightly, others dip, creating a map beneath her skin. She enjoys how the wood carries memory scratches, grooves, polished patches, all telling the story of evenings long past. With her other hand, she touches the chair's armrest, its surface polished smooth by habit. It feels warmer now, as though it remembers her presence. She runs her palm along it in long strokes, taking comfort in the solidity. The wood is steady, unmoving, a reminder that even in a shifting world, some things remain constant. After a moment, she reaches for the telescope again. The brass is cool under her palm, smooth where her hand rests, ridged where adjustments wait. She lets her fingertips roll over the grooves of the knobs, savoring their firmness, their resistance followed by gentle give. The sensation is precise, yet calming, mechanical, yet soft in its familiarity. She leans close to the eyepiece once more, letting the cool ring of metal press lightly against her skin. The glass feels smooth and cold, but not unkind. She shifts slightly, her shawl brushing against the telescope's barrel wool meeting brass. Both textures opposite, yet somehow harmonious. Clara straightens and folds a star chart, carefully smoothing it flat before pressing its creases into place. The paper yields beneath her hands, crisp yet pliant edges, sharp but safe. She sets it aside, sliding it into its folder with a faint rustle. The tactile sound pleases her, not loud, but full of presence, a reminder that she has touched, recorded, and now gently set aside. She stacks another chart, smoothing it with her palm. The paper slides easily, corners aligning neatly. Her hands linger, pressing lightly until everything feels ordered. She places her journal atop the pile, the leather smooth against the papery layers, the whole stack warm from her touch. She rises again, letting her slippers press into the floorboards. Each step creaks differently, one long and low, another short and high. She places her hand on the observatory's wall, fingers spreading against the wood. The texture is rougher here, less polished, with tiny grains catching faintly against her skin. She strokes upward slowly, palm gliding along the curve of the dome. The observatory seems to respond, its surface solid, unwavering. She imagines it breathing with her, its texture reassuring her of its strength. It feels like a guardian holding her safe within its walls. She whispers a quiet thank you, her hand still pressed firmly to the wood. Returning to her chair, she smooths the shawl across her lap once more. The wool gathers softly, its fibers warm against her skin. She rubs the fabric between thumb and forefinger, enjoying its slight coarseness. The texture grounds her more fully than sight or sound alone. It is direct, immediate, undeniable. She rests both hands upon the desk again, palms, flat fingers spread. She closes her eyes, focusing only on what she feels. The grain beneath her hands, the softness at her shoulders, the firmness of the chair, the cool air brushing her cheeks. Each sensation distinct, yet all combining into one whole. A cocoon of touch. She tilts her head back and lets her fingers curl loosely around the chair's arms. The wood presses gently into her palms, offering steady resistance. She squeezes lightly, then releases, enjoying the reassurance of its solidity. The pressure feels grounding, as though the chair itself is saying, "You can rest here. I will hold you." The shawl shifts again as she breathes, sliding softly across her skin. Its fibers carry warmth, its texture steady. She imagines the fabric remembering her shape, holding her as surely as the chair and the desk do. Touch upon touch, safety upon safety. For a while, Clara allows her hands to wander idly. She touches the rim of the teacup, cool and smooth. She brushes the corner of a parchment, crisp and faintly sharp. She runs her fingertips along the spine of a book, leather yielding under her pressure. Each object greets her with its own texture, its own way of being touched. She smiles softly, her eyes still closed, hands moving slowly, deliberately. Each sensation is a reminder of presence, her own and the room's. She feels herself woven into the observatory's fabric, not separate, but connected her touch, completing the story of the space. Eventually, her hands still. She rests them quietly in her lap, fingers loosely interlaced. The shawl covers them gently, wool against skin, warmth against coolness. She breathes slowly, allowing the sensation to anchor her. Her thoughts soften, drifting like the folds of cloth. She no longer needs to move, to touch, to explore. The textures remain around her steady and faithful, even without her hand upon them. She knows they are there, and that knowing alone is enough. She leans back the chair, creaking softly under her weight. The sound joins the sensation, wood pressing firmly against her spine. She sighs, long and slow, her breath easing tension from her shoulders. With every inhale, she feels the shawl embrace her. With every exhale, she feels the chair support her. She is completely held. The observatory is hushed, resting now in the heart of night. Clara remains seated, her shawl wrapped warmly around her shoulders, her journal resting closed on the desk. For a moment, she does not move. She simply inhales. The air has changed since earlier. The breeze through the window is cooler now, carrying with it the scent of dew forming over the grass. It is a faint crystalline fragrance, not strong, but fresh like water meeting earth in the gentlest embrace. Clara breathes it in slowly, filling her chest with its clarity. The smell calms her further, reminding her of still mornings and slow awakenings. She lets her breath out and inhales again, this time noticing the quiet blend of other aromas layered into the air. The faint perfume of lavender lingers from the sachet on her desk, sweet and mellow, softened with time. The fragrance has grown warmer, the room itself has warmed, blending seamlessly into the wood and paper around it. She reaches for the sachet, now lifting it gently in her hands. The fabric is faintly rough against her fingers, but when she squeezes it lightly, the dried blossoms release their perfume more strongly. The fragrance blooms around her, floral and soothing, filling the observatory like a lullaby. She holds it close, inhaling deeply, eyes closing as the lavender settles into her body. She imagines herself lying in a field of the blossoms at dusk, the purple rose stretching endlessly, the air carrying waves of their sweetness. The memory lulls her even as she sits here upright and awake, reminding her of the way scent can hold both presence and dream at once. When she sets the sachet down again, its perfume lingers, floating softly in the air, joining the coolness of the night breeze. She leans closer to the oil lamp. The flame burns steady, but its fragrance has shifted. Earlier, it was sharper, the scent of flame just kindled. Now it has softened into a mellow warmth, faintly sweet, faintly earthy, like the after scent of wood polished long ago. Clara inhales, smiling faintly at the way even fire has a fragrance invisible yet present. She adjusts the wick gently, her fingertips careful against the knob. The lamp sighs softly, the flame flickering higher for a moment, then steadying again. A faint whiff of oil drifts upward, subtle and familiar, a companion she has known on countless nights like this. She leans back, satisfied, letting the lamp continue its quiet work of light and fragrance. The books on the shelves seem to breathe as well. Their papery aroma has deepened in the cooler air, the scent sharper now than before. She tilts her head toward them, noticing the mix of leather and cloth binding of aged ink of paper that has lived for many years. It is not overpowering. It is steady, like an old friend whose presence you notice even in silence. She rises slowly and steps toward the shelves. Running her hand along the spines, she leans in, breathing deeply. A leather-bound volume offers a rich, earthy note, darker and heavier than the lavender sachet. Another book covered in cloth smells lighter, almost grassy, as if it remembers the fields where its fibers were grown. Clara smiles again, enjoying how each book carries not only words, but sent each one a different voice, a different memory, a different presence. She turns back toward the window. The night air greets her once more, cool and fragrant with earth and dew. She places her hands on the sill and leans forward, inhaling deeply. The scent fills her nose, her lungs, her chest, spreading calm through her body. She notices hints of pine drifting faintly from the trees, mingled with the sharper freshness of damp leaves. It smells like the turning of seasons. She thinks the way summer gives slowly to autumn, or autumn to winter, carrying both warmth and coolness in the same breath. She lingers there, inhaling again and again, until she feels almost as if the night itself has entered her body, bringing its calmness inward. Clara steps back to her chair, but before she sits, she pauses to pour the last few drops from her teapot into the cup. The tea has cooled now, but its fragrance remains mellow, chamomile, faint honey. She inhales the aroma before sipping. Though the flavor is less vivid now, the scent fills her nose and mouth, comforting her with its memory of warmth. She drinks slowly, savoring more of the fragrance than the taste. When she sets the cup down, she lingers on its rim, inhaling the faint scent left behind. She smiles gently. The tea is gone, but its presence lingers in the air, just as the stars remain, even when her eyes close. She gathers her shawl closer, breathing in the faint aroma it has absorbed from the room, lavender, paper smoke, and fresh night air. The wool carries all of it now, woven into its fibers like a tapestry of scents. She presses it gently against her face, inhaling once more, feeling surrounded by the whole room at once. She closes her eyes, breath slowing. Each inhale is calm, each exhale deeper. She no longer needs to name each fragrance. They merge together, forming one whole atmosphere. A scent of safety, a scent of home. The observatory is quiet, but Clara knows it is filled with presence. Scents drift and mingle, shifting gently as the night continues. She lets them surround her like soft music, invisible but powerful. Each one is an invitation to rest, to release, to surrender to stillness. She thinks of how the world often speaks most clearly, not through noise or sight, but through fragrance, subtle, unhurried, undeniable. Tonight, those voices are all around her lavender paper oil wood dew pine. Together, they sing of rest, of patience, of timeless calm. Clara leans back into her chair, closes her eyes, and inhales one more time, letting the blend wash through her. The observatory is safe. The night is endless. And in her breath, she carries all of it, the essence of peace. Clara rests her palms on the desk shawl draped warmly around her. Her cup is nearly empty now, but a few cool drops remain at the bottom. She lifts it slowly, tilting it toward her lips, and lets the last sip of chamomile roll across her tongue. The flavor is faint, softened by time, yet still soothing. The honey lingers mellow and golden, wrapping itself around the grassy sweetness of the chamomile. It is lighter now, a whisper of what it was earlier, but somehow this gentleness feels even more calming. She swallows slowly, savoring the final trace of warmth it leaves behind. She sets the cup back down, listening to the porcelain's delicate clink against the saucer. Even empty, the cup feels generous, as though it has poured all its comfort into her and now rests content. Clara smiles softly at the thought. She reaches again for the small tin of honey drops, still resting open on the shelf. Inside, a few golden pieces glimmer faintly in the lamplight. Tiny suns captured in sugar. She chooses one, placing it gently upon her tongue. At once, the sweetness blossoms rich and round. The honey's warmth spreads slowly, coating her mouth with golden calm. As the drop melts, faint floral notes emerge like blossoms remembered at the edge of memory. Clara closes her eyes, letting the taste dissolve into her, not rushing, not chewing, simply waiting. The honey lingers on her tongue, sticky yet soft, comforting in its persistence. Each second brings new sweetness, each moment unhurried. It feels like time itself has slowed, stretched into one long, delicious pause. She breathes through her nose, inhaling lavender and night air, while her mouth is filled with honey. Together, The scents and flavors mingle into something whole, not separate senses, but one experience. Clara savors the completeness of it, the harmony of taste and breath, as though the room itself is nourishing her. When the drop is gone, she swallows gently. The sweetness clings, faintly resting at the back of her tongue. She tilts her head back, sighing softly. The flavor still present, like a memory that refuses to fade. Clara rises slowly and crosses the room toward the cabinet once more. She opens the small wooden door with a faint creak and takes out the jar of dried fruit. She chooses another slice of apple, holding it between her fingers before placing it in her mouth. The texture is chewy, slightly leathery, but the taste is concentrated, sweet and sharp at once. It carries with it the memory of orchards, of crisp autumn afternoons, of leaves drifting across the ground. She chews slowly each bite, releasing more flavor until the sweetness fills her mouth. She lets it dissolve gradually, then swallows, feeling the apple's richness sink into her. It is not indulgence, but nourishment, a reminder that food can be simple, honest, and enough. She closes the jar and places it back, fingertips lingering on the cool glass before returning to her desk. She settles into her chair again, shawl wrapping closely around her, and rests her hands upon her lap. The flavors remain in her mouth: apple honey, chamomile, blending into one memory of sweetness. She reflects on how taste can linger longer than expected, how one sip or one bite can echo through the body even after it is gone. It is like the stars. She thinks their light traveling endlessly visible long after the moment of origin. Every taste is its own kind of starlight, reaching her slowly, arriving at just the right time. Clara breathes deeply, allowing her tongue to rest softly against her palate. She can still sense the faint sugar at the edges, the ghost of chamomile in her throat, the apple's richness in her memory. She smiles, her lips curving faintly upward, content in the way even taste can be a reminder of presence. She reaches for her shawl's edge and pulls it closer, pressing it lightly against her lips. Wool and honey mingled texture and flavor intertwining in her awareness. She laughs softly at the thought how everything is connected, how nothing is separate in this gentle web of sensation. She gazes out the window, eyes half-lidded, and imagines the night air itself as a taste. Cool, crisp, faintly metallic, like dew on stone. She inhales deeply, then exhales through parted lips, letting the breath roll across her tongue. The air tastes clean, fresh, almost sweet, as though the stars themselves have infused it with light. She repeats the breath again and again, savoring the taste of night. It feels nourishing more than food, more than drink. It feels eternal, a flavor that belongs not only to her, but to the whole world. Her gaze drifts upward once more to the constellations. She imagines their light as flavors, each star a note, one sharp, one mellow, one sweet, one cool. Together, they create a banquet for the spirit, feeding her not with substance, but with beauty. She tilts her head back, lips parted slightly, as though tasting the very sky. She smiles at the thought, letting it soothe her body. Even without touching, without holding, she feels fed by the sight and presence of stars. The lamp flickers slightly, and Clara pours herself a final half cup of tea from the pot. The liquid is lukewarm now, but she doesn't mind. She sips slowly, tasting the chamomile in its gentlest form. The honey now faint, but still present. The flavor is softer, quieter, like a song fading into silence. She drinks it down to the last drop, sets the cup back on the desk, and lets her lips linger on the faint stickiness of honey. She licks them gently, savoring the sweetness one final time. She closes her eyes, mouth soft, body heavy. The flavors have done their work, warming, soothing, grounding. She feels nourished not only in her body, but in her spirit. Every taste has been a message. You are cared for, you are safe, you are enough. Clara leans back, shawl-wrapped, close hands resting still. Her lips curve faintly, the memory of honey still lingering. She breathes slowly, allowing herself to sink deeper into the sweetness of the night. Clara places her empty cup back onto its saucer and folds her hands quietly in her lap. For a moment, she does nothing but listen. The room answers her with its familiar voices, each one small, each one distinct. The brass clock ticks steadily, every second measured with gentle certainty. The lamp hums faintly, its flame holding steady, sometimes popping softly, as it feeds upon the oil. The wood beneath her creaks subtly with her breath, as though chair and floorboards alike are sighing in rhythm with her. Even her shawl speaks whispering against her sleeves when she shifts her arms slightly. Each sound is quiet, yet none are lost. Together, they form a lullaby of presence, reminding her she is not alone in silence. Clara leans back further in her chair, head tilting slightly. The ticking becomes clearer, more prominent. She imagines each tick not as time passing, but as reassurance, steady, patient, endless. The clock does not rush her. It does not demand. It simply offers its presence, second after second, like a heartbeat for the room itself. She breathes slowly, syncing her inhale with the sound. Tick in, tick out. The rhythm steadies her further like a rocking cradle, a song without words. The lamp flickers faintly, its hiss rising for a heartbeat, then softening again. Clara listens carefully, smiling at how even flame has a voice. It is small, yet steady, carrying both warmth and comfort. Sometimes the flame makes a tiny pop, almost like a sigh of contentment. She imagines it whispering, "I am here, keeping you safe." The sound settles around her, blending with the clock, blending with her breath. It is a harmony of small certainties, each one grounding her deeper into calm. She tilts her head toward the window. Outside, the forest offers its own chorus. The breeze stirs the branches, leaves brushing together with a hush like fabric drawn across fabric. Somewhere deeper, an insect hums faintly, its song steady but distant. Once again, a bird calls, softer now, only a single note, before retreating back into quiet. Clara smiles gently at the sound. She feels the forest, though unseen, breathing with her, its voice steady and kind. She rises slowly, her slippers making muted steps upon the wooden floor. The boards creak lightly beneath her, each step a reminder of the observatory's solidity. She pauses by the desk, smoothing the edge of a parchment, its faint rustle breaking the air for only a second. Then she closes a drawer, its click soft and certain, like a punctuation mark in the room's ongoing sentence. She lingers by the shelves, fingertips brushing along the spines. Each book makes no sound under her touch, but when she removes one slightly and slides it back, a faint thump answers. Even silence has texture, she thinks. Even silence speaks. Returning to the window, Clara rests both hands on the sill. The breeze flows in cool against her face. It carries sound too, the faint rustle of grass, the almost inaudible dripping of dew as it gathers. She imagines hearing the earth itself exhale a sound so soft it is more felt than heard. She stands still, listening, letting her ears stretch into the night. Nothing is loud, nothing demands. Every sound is part of a whole woven into silence. Clara returns to her chair at last, the floor answering her steps with soft creaks. She settles into the seat, the chair sighing faintly beneath her weight. Her shawl slides across her shoulders, wool brushing softly. She draws it closer, the sound feather-light, a fabric whisper. She places her palms flat on the desk and breathes. The sound of her inhale fills her ears, steady, low, intimate. Her exhale softens the air, warm and releasing. She focuses on this rhythm, noticing how even her own body creates music. The sound of being alive, the sound of rest. She hums quietly, barely more than a breath. The note is low, steady, carried only for herself. It vibrates faintly in her chest, reaching her ears in a tone so soft it blends with silence. She lets it fade, and when it is gone, she listens again to the absence, to the way the room seems to welcome the return of quiet. She thinks of how silence is not empty but full, full of presence, full of subtle voices, full of reassurance. The observatory holds her with soothe and with stillness. Tick of the clock, hiss of the lamp, whisper of fabric, creak of wood, breeze through the window, her own slow breath, all of them repeating, blending, circling. Clara closes her eyes and listens with her whole being. She feels each sound enter her body, softening her muscles, slowing her heartbeat, calming her thoughts. She is surrounded, enveloped, embraced by a lullaby made of the smallest sounds in the world. For a long moment, nothing changes. The silence deepens. The room seems to dissolve around her. She feels as though she is floating, not away, not upward, but inward into stillness. The sounds grow softer, almost indistinguishable, until even the ticking of the clock feels like a heartbeat inside her. She breathes, sighs, and rests. All sound is part of her now, and she is part of all sound. The peak of stillness has arrived, yet it carries no fanfare, no climax. Only presence, only enoughness, only peace. Clara's eyes flutter open after a long pause, and she lets her gaze wander across the room. The lamp glows warmly at her side, its circle of golden light smaller now, as though it has settled into rest alongside her. Shadows stretch further across the wooden floor, long and gentle, like a blanket pulled quietly over the room. She leans forward slightly, adjusting the wick with a careful hand. The flame bows lower, softening its brightness. The glow becomes calmer, dimmer, more intimate. Now, the observatory is filled not with light for work, but light for resting. She sits back, admiring the way the new glow nestles into the corners like a gentle sigh. She turns her gaze toward the telescope. The brass gleams faintly less radiant than before, but still touched by silver moonlight slipping in from the dome above. She lowers her eye to the lens one more time. The stars appear steady, almost hushed, as if they too are preparing for sleep. The constellations are familiar companions she has sketched countless times. Yet tonight, with the lamp dim and the room softened, they look dreamlike faint halos around them, blurring into velvet darkness. Clara lingers at the eyepiece, letting her eyes drift across them slowly, as though tracing threads in a tapestry she knows by heart. When she pulls away, the stars remain behind her eyelids, glowing softly like embers. Her journal lies waiting on the desk pages, still open from earlier sketches. The ink has dried, but the shapes remain alive, shining faintly in lamplight. She traces the constellations she drew with her finger eyes, following the faint lines as though gazing at stars on paper. Then, with deliberate care, she closes the journal. The leather cover folds gently over the pages, its movement soft, final for the night. She sets her hand on top palm, pressing lightly, eyes lingering on the dark surface. The lamplight glows against it, turning it bronze, like a quiet treasure resting at her side. She exhales, smiling softly. The window beckons her eyes again. Outside, the moon has climbed higher, silvering the tops of trees with its light. Dew sparkles faintly across the grass, tiny beads catching and scattering the moonlight like fallen stars. The forest itself appears, softened every edge, blurred, every shape muted by shadow. It is a painting in silver and grey, a scene designed for peace. Clara tilts her head back, gazing higher. The sky has shifted subtly. The constellations overhead have drifted in their slow procession. She watches them with quiet wonder, noticing how the heavens themselves keep time, how the world turns gently without ever hurrying. Her eyes soften lids heavy, but she allows herself a final lingering gaze, memorizing the way the sky looks in this exact moment. She carries her lamp to a nearby shelf, setting it down where its light casts a softer glow across the room. From this angle, the shadows change again, longer, deeper, calmer. The telescope gleams only faintly now. The books rest in semi-darkness. Even the clock seems dimmer, its brass reflecting less boldly. She stands in the center of the observatory shawl wrapped around her and turns in a slow circle. Her eyes take in every detail: the desk, the shelves, the telescope, the window, the wooden beams above. All of them softened, quieted, wrapped in shadow. The room feels as though it has drawn its own shawl, closing in with warmth, preparing to sleep alongside her. Returning to her chair, Clara settles into it with a soft sigh. She gazes at the lamp again, watching the flame's tiny dance. Its light flickers, sending shadows quivering faintly across the desk. She follows the movement with drowsy eyes, tracing the way darkness and glow weave together. The flicker is gentle, unthreatening. It feels like the slow beating of a heart, steady and kind. She allows herself to stare until her eyes blur the flame, becoming a golden blur, stretching softly into the air. She blinks, and the clarity returns, only for the blur to come again moments later. The rhythm soothes her, coaxing her eyelids heavier. Her gaze drifts downward to the floorboards, glowing faintly beneath the lamp. The wood appears darker now, its grain more muted. Yet the sheen of polish still glints faintly here and there. She imagines the boards themselves glowing faintly with memory of every evening she has spent here, of every star she has traced, of every word she has written. The sight comforts her, reminding her she is held by a place that knows her. Her eyes wander once more to the walls. The wood of the dome appears golden brown, near the lamp silver gray, where moonlight touches it. The two tones blend seamlessly, painting the observatory in warmth and coolness both. Clara lets her gaze drift from one shade to the other eyes, following the slow transitions, like dawn meeting dusk in one room. She sighs again, her breath visible only in the soft sway of her shawl. Her eyes grow heavier. The room blurs slightly. She leans her head back, staring upward at the dome. The opening frames the night sky still, but her eyes see only shapes and shadows. Now not constellations, not patterns, only scattered light. The stars glow softly, halos shimmering as her vision grows unfocused. She blinks and the sharpness returns, but she does not resist the blur. Both clarity and haze are beautiful. Both remind her that the world is not rigid, but soft flowing, forgiving. She whispers quietly to herself, "Enough. It is enough." Her eyes close for a long moment, then open again. The lamp's glow greets her once more, dim and kind. The flame flickers as though waving gently, reminding her it is still here, still keeping her company. The moonlight continues to spill in, silvering the edges of the room. Together, lamp and moon cradle her in their combined glow, one golden, one silver, both tender. Her gaze drifts between them, unable to choose, and so she accepts both. The world, she realizes, is never only one thing. It is light and shadow, gold and silver, day and night, work and rest. Tonight in this observatory, all opposites meet and soften into harmony. Her eyes blur again, stars and lamp and moon becoming one shimmering glow. She exhales slowly, allowing her body to follow her vision into softness. Clara lowers her gaze to her lap, her hands gently folded atop her shawl. The wool is warm, soft, and familiar, its fibers brushed lightly against her fingers. She smooths the fabric slowly, savoring the slight coarseness of its weave. Each stroke is unhurried, each movement grounding a reminder of the comfort wrapped around her body. She tucks the shawl more closely, folding it over her arms. The weight presses gently against her shoulders, a steady presence. It feels like being held, like being remembered. She exhales her breath, deepening as she surrenders further into its embrace. Her palms shift to the wooden desk. The surface is cool, faintly textured with grain lines and grooves. She spreads her fingers wide, pressing them lightly, then releasing. She runs her fingertips along the surface, tracing small circles, following the dips and ridges, as if reading the desk like a page. The wood is steady beneath her touch, unmoving and loyal. It carries the memory of all the evenings she has spent here, of countless notes, countless stars, countless silences. She imagines the wood speaking through its texture. I have held you before. I will hold you again. Her hands drift toward her chair's arms, polished smooth by use. She curls her fingers gently around them, feeling the firmness, the solidity. She squeezes lightly, then relaxes. The wood responds with steadiness, supporting her weight with quiet strength. She imagines the chair cradling her body as it always has, shaping itself to her presence, offering her its constancy. She leans back slowly, allowing her body to sink into the chair. The contact between wood and fabric, between fabric and skin, feels safe and grounding. She breathes deeply, enjoying how even furniture can feel alive, full of presence when touched with care. Clara rises once more, her slippers whispering softly against the floorboards. She steps toward the telescope, placing her palm upon its barrel. The brass is cool, smooth, solid. She runs her hand slowly along its length, from one polished curve to another, feeling the subtle ridges of fittings beneath her fingers. She rests her palm against the eyepiece, its ring cool against her skin. She presses gently, then lifts her hand away, leaving behind only the memory of contact. For a moment, she simply stands there, eyes closed, hands still tingling with the sensation of brass. The telescope has been her companion for many nights, her bridge to the sky. Touching it one last time tonight feels like saying goodnight to a friend. She drifts toward the shelves. Her fingertips skim the spines of the books, leather and cloth textures alternating beneath her hand. Some are rough, some smooth, some faintly ridged with embossed titles. She presses lightly on one spine, then another, appreciating how each book greets her with a different presence. She pauses at a particular volume and pulls it slightly outward. The cover is warm under her palm, faintly textured, yielding to her grip. She slides it back into place, the friction against wood, whispering quietly. Even this, she thinks, is comforting the feel of book against book of paper, against paper of memory, stored in texture. Clara returns to her chair shawl, brushing softly against her skin. As she settles back in, she places her hands once again in her lap, interlacing her fingers loosely. The shawl covers them, its fibers brushing lightly between each finger, enclosing them in warmth. She closes her eyes, focusing only on touch. She feels the chair supporting her solid against her spine. She feels the desk at her side, wood cool and steady. She feels the shawl across her shoulders, soft and enclosing. She feels her breath against her lips, warm and moist. She feels her own hands resting in stillness, one holding the other. Each sensation is distinct, yet all merge together into one cocoon. She shifts slightly, letting her cheek brush against the shawl. The wool scratches faintly, but not unkindly. It is a grounding texture, a reminder that she is here, alive, present. She presses more firmly, savoring the contact. The shawl holds her, and she holds it back. She tilts her head, letting her hair fall against her cheek strands, brushing softly against her skin. The sensation is feather light, drifting, almost like the touch of night air. She smiles faintly, enjoying how even her own presence can soothe her. Clara's hands drift to her knees, resting lightly. The fabric of her clothing is smooth under her palms, warmed by her own body heat. She presses gently, enjoying the softness of skin beneath fabric. She strokes her thigh lightly, a simple gesture, more for reassurance than for comfort. Every texture tells her the same thing: you are here, you are safe, you are enough. She leans back once more, her hands falling to the chair's arms. Her fingers curl again, then loosen. The wood presses into her palms, steady as ever. She lets her head fall back, neck supported by the chair body, fully enclosed in touch. Her eyes close fully now. She does not need to see. Touch is enough. She feels her shawl. She feels her chair. She feels the desk nearby. She feels the floor beneath her feet. She feels the observatory holding her in countless small ways, each texture, a voice, each voice saying, "Rest." She sighs softly, lips parting, breath brushing across her face. She feels the air cool against her skin, drifting faintly from the window. She feels her eyelids, heavy lashes, brushing against her cheek. She feels her hands, still her body, heavy, her spirit light. The world, she realizes, can be known through touch alone. And in this world of texture, she is safe. She is home. She is at peace. Clara inhales slowly. Her eyes closed, her body heavy against the chair. With sight fading into rest, scent becomes her companion. The room is alive with fragrance, gentle, faint, yet full. The lavender sachet lies on the desk nearby, its perfume softened but steady. The floral sweetness lingers in the air, no longer sharp, but mellow, rounded by time. She breathes it in, and it feels like memory itself, soft, tender, already dreamlike. Lavender always reminds her of rest, and tonight it reminds her that sleep is near. The oil lamp adds its own faint aroma. The flame is smaller now, and the scent of warmed oil has grown subtle, almost hidden. But Clara notices it's still a thread of warmth weaving through the lavender's sweetness. She leans slightly toward it, inhaling the faint earthy perfume. It comforts her like a whisper of hearth and home. As she exhales, the fragrance blends with wood and paper, the whole observatory breathing in harmony. From the shelves, the scent of old paper lingers. It is a fragrance of age, of ink and fiber and leather bindings. Earlier in the evening, the smell was sharper. Now it has mellowed, softened by the cooler night air drifting in. It reminds Clara of pages gently turning, of knowledge kept safe, of time stretched across generations. She breathes it in with affection, smiling softly. The books smell like continuity, the fragrance of something that does not end, even when closed for the night. She shifts slightly, adjusting the shawl closer around her, and inhales again. The wool itself has absorbed the room's perfume, lavender, lamp oil, paper air. She presses the fabric lightly to her cheek and breathes deeply. The shawl has become more than warmth. It has become a vessel of memory, carrying the essence of this night within its fibers. The fragrance is faint, almost indistinguishable, but enough to ground her, enough to remind her she belongs. Clara rises slowly and steps to the window once more. The breeze greets her cooler now, carrying the scent of dew more strongly. It is crisp, fresh, crystalline. She inhales deeply, filling her lungs with it. The air tastes of earth and water, of pine trees standing silent, of leaves dampened with night. She breathes it in again and again until she feels as though the night itself is entering her, filling her chest with calm. Each inhale deepens her stillness. Each exhale releases what little weight remains. The fragrance of dew soothes her in ways words cannot. She closes her eyes at the window and lets the air drift across her face. The scent reminds her of mornings she has not yet seen, of dawn waiting quietly beyond the horizon. It is not a call to rise, but a promise that the world is steady, that life will continue gently even as she rests. She whispers a quiet "thank you," her breath carried out into the cool night. The trees, the grass, the air, all of them answer her in fragrance, reminding her she is part of their patience. Clara returns to her chair, steps slow, body heavy. She settles again, shawl tucked close, and reaches for the lavender sachet once more. She lifts it to her nose, pressing it lightly against her cheek. The fragrance blooms again, faint floral soothing. She places it beside her, near where her head rests against the chair. The sachet's perfume mingles with her breath, with the shawl, with the room itself. It feels like tucking a small dream beside her, ready to carry her deeper into sleep. Her eyes close again, her breath steady. She notices the faint lingering aroma of her tea, though the cup is empty now. The chamomile and honey have cooled, but their memory remains in the air, a sweetness that has become more suggestion than presence. She inhales faintly, smiling at how even a finished cup leaves behind comfort. The tea is gone, but the calm it brought remains. Its fragrance lingers in her chest, as if her body has become part of the room's perfume. The observatory is filled with scent, yet none of it overwhelms. Everything is soft, everything gentle. Lavender and lamp oil, paper and wood dew and air. Together, they create a fragrance of rest, a perfume of safety. Clara breathes deeply again and again until her chest rises and falls without thought. She feels the scents entering her, wrapping around her, carrying her closer to sleep. The observatory itself seems to breathe with her, exhaling lavender, inhaling dew, steady and kind. Her head tilts back, cheek pressed to her shawl. She inhales once more, letting fragrance drift into her like a lullaby. The lavender sings softly, the air cool and clean, the paper grounding the lamp warm. Her body grows heavier, her mind lighter. The fragrance of night carries her downward into stillness, downward into rest. She sighs, the sound soft, the breath scented with calm. Sleep is not yet here, but it is near. She can smell its approach, soft, subtle, inevitable. Clara leans back into her chair, eyes half closed, her body heavy with stillness. Her lips part slightly, and she notices the faint stickiness of honey still clinging there. She touches her tongue to the corner of her mouth, and the sweetness blooms again, softer now, a whisper of golden warmth. It is only a memory of flavor, but it feels real, vivid, alive. The honey reminds her of every sip of tea, every moment of calm it brought. She smiles faintly, savoring how something so small can linger long after the cup is empty. She licks her lips once more, and the sweetness is still there, fading slowly, gracefully, like twilight dissolving into night. She breathes through her mouth, letting the cool night air drift across her tongue. The air carries its own flavor, crisp and clean, like water flowing over stone. There is a faint earthiness to it, touched with pine, touched with dew. Clara savors it as she would a drink, swallowing gently, letting the coolness spread through her. The taste of air is subtle, but it feels like nourishment, like drinking from the sky itself. She imagines herself sipping from the night, filling her body with calmness, letting it sink deep. Her tongue moves softly against her teeth, and she notices the faintest trace of apple lingering from earlier. The flavor is almost gone, but its memory is enough. It reminds her of autumn orchards, of crisp afternoons, of leaves drifting slowly. The sweetness has faded, but the warmth of it remains in her chest. She thinks flavors are like stars. They linger long after their source is gone. They travel through time to reach us. She smiles at the thought, eyes closing again. Honey, chamomile, apple, air, all still with her, even in absence. She tilts her head back and imagines tasting the starlight itself. She envisions it cool and crystalline, like sugar dusted across the tongue. The constellations above become flavors in her mind, one sharp as citrus, one soft as honey, one cool as mint. She lets her imagination fill her mouth with them, savoring the banquet of the sky. The taste is not real, and yet it nourishes her. It reminds her of wonder of beauty, of the infinite ways the universe gives itself. Clara breathes again, tasting the air, letting the dew settle in her mouth. She thinks of rain, of springs, of rivers. The air tastes like water waiting to be born, like freshness turned to fragrance, fragrance turned to flavor. She swallows her throat, cool her chest, lighter. Her lips curve softly, her tongue resting still. The flavor of night itself is enough. She does not need more. She recalls her tea, though the pot is empty now. The chamomile was grassy, floral, gentle. The honey was golden, round, sweet. Together, they were abundance, enoughness, peace. Even now, long after the last sip, she tastes them in memory. Her body holds the flavor, her spirit holds the calm. She presses her lips together, feeling the faint trace of honey one last time. It is almost gone, but even absence has flavor. A sweetness of memory, a nourishment of presence. Her shawl brushes her lips as she shifts, and she imagines the wool carrying flavor too. Not sweetness, not spice, but a faint earthiness, a taste of fibers woven by hand. She laughs softly to herself, barely a breath, at how everything can be flavor if received with presence. She exhales slowly, tongue resting, lips soft. She no longer seeks taste. She lets taste seek her subtle quiet, unexpected. The air, the fabric, the memory. All of them feeding her gently, all of them carrying her closer to sleep. Clara tilts her head, eyes closed, imagining again the stars as flavors. She chooses one bright white sharp like a crystal on her tongue. Another faint golden mellow like honey, dissolved in tea. Another cool and blue like mint at the back of her throat. She swallows softly, as if consuming the night sky. The taste fills her body, not with hunger, but with fullness. A fullness that tells her, you are enough. Her breathing slows. Each inhale tastes faintly of lavender drifting from the sachet. Each exhale tastes faintly of honey lingering still. She does not separate them. She allows them to mingle, lavender and honey sweetness and floral calm. They weave together on her tongue, creating a final lullaby of flavor. Her lips part slightly, breath easy, body sinking. She thinks to taste is to rest. To taste is to be alive. To taste is to be held. And with that thought, she lets flavor dissolve into nothing but calm. Clara leans back in her chair, lips soft, eyes closed. For a moment, she does nothing, only listening. The observatory responds with its familiar voices, each one gentle, each one steady. The clock ticks patiently, the sound steady as a heart. Each second follows the next with quiet certainty, never rushed, never late. It feels like a friend keeping watch, marking time, so she does not have to. The lamp hums softly, its flame small now, its oil nearly spent. The hiss is faint, a delicate thread of sound carrying warmth into the room. From time to time, the flame crackles a tiny pop, as though sighing in relief. Clara smiles faintly, knowing even fire speaks in whispers. When night grows late, her shawl shifts as she adjusts it, the wool brushing against her sleeves with a sigh. The sound is soft, almost like leaves brushing against each other in the forest. She runs her hand across the fabric, listening to the faint rasp of fibers moving. It is a sound of safety, of closeness, of being wrapped. She exhales, and her own breath joins the room's symphony. The sound is low, steady, unhurried. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Each breath carries calm, each breath a reminder that rest has already begun. The window lets in the faint hush of night. The breeze moves gently, carrying whispers of the forest beyond. Leaves murmur softly, their voices almost indistinguishable, blending into one long, soothing sigh. Somewhere in the distance, a small insect hums its rhythm, steady, but so faint, it seems part of the air itself. Clara tilts her head toward the window, listening more deeply. She imagines the earth breathing with her, the entire hillside exhaling into the observatory. The sound is not loud, but it is steady, and it tells her you are part of the whole. She adjusts her position slightly, the chair creaking beneath her. The sound is familiar, tender. It reminds her of every evening spent here. The chair's voice, always greeting her, always holding her. She shifts again, letting it sigh once more, then stills. The floorboards beneath her slippers creak faintly as she stretches her feet forward. Even the wood has a voice, she thinks, and every voice says the same thing. Rest, rest, rest. Clara reaches for her journal one last time, not to write, but to place it gently aside. The leather cover brushes softly against the desk. As she moves it, a faint slide of texture becoming sound. She rests her palm upon it briefly, then lets it go. The journal thumps softly as it settles into stillness. Her pen rests nearby. She picks it up, holds it between her fingers, and sets it down again. The wood clicks against the desk light and quick. She smiles faintly. Even small rituals carry sound, and even small sounds soothe. She leans back fully now, shawl heavy across her shoulders. Her head rests against the chair, her hair brushing faintly across the wood. She sighs a sound so soft it nearly dissolves into silence. Then, almost without thinking, she begins to hum. The melody is simple, a line she has hummed many nights before. It is low, steady, as quiet as breath. The sound vibrates gently in her chest, filling her ears with a private song. She hums for a moment, then lets it fade. The silence that follows feels deeper, richer, as though the room itself had been waiting to receive it. The observatory holds her, clock ticking, lamp hissing, shawl sighing, breeze whispering, breath steadying. Together they weave a lullaby without instruments, without words. It is the music of safety, the music of stillness. Clara listens, eyes closed, body heavy, mind light. She allows herself to be carried by sound, not outward but inward, toward the space where rest begins. Every noise is an anchor, every silence a cushion. She imagines the stars above singing, though she cannot hear them. She imagines their voices woven into the night, inaudible but present. A hum too deep, too wide, too eternal for human ears. She feels it instead of hearing it, a resonance in her chest, a calm in her bones. The room is filled with sound, and yet it is quiet. a paradox that soothes her, a truth she has always known. Silence is not the absence of sound, but the fullness of it. Her breathing slows further. Tick of the clock, hiss of the lamp, whisper of the shawl, sigh of the breeze, each one repeating steady, endless. She feels her body sinking deeper, heavier, softer. The sounds become part of her, merging until she cannot tell where they end, and she begins. She sighs once more, lips parting, sound dissolving into silence. Her body is heavy, her spirit light. She rests wrapped in the observatory's lullaby. Clara lifts her head slightly, her eyes fluttering open. The room is dimmer than before, the lamp's flame small and low. Its glow spreads in a narrow circle across the desk, no longer bold, only tender. Beyond its reach, the observatory is wrapped in shadow, softened into a cocoon of night. She reaches forward, hand steady, and turns the wick down just a little more. The flame bows lower, flickers, then steadies again, a tiny heart of light. Shadows stretch further, folding across the bookshelves, and corners blending wood into darkness. She leans back, gazing at the new scene, and thinks, the room is ready to sleep. Her eyes wander to the telescope. Its brass barrel gleams faintly, no longer bright, but kissed by the last traces of moonlight. The eyepiece glimmers, small and pale, as if it holds a secret glow of its own. She does not reach for it again. Tonight's gazing is complete. She only lets her eyes rest upon it, thankful for its presence, grateful for the countless stars it has shown her. The telescope rests in shadow like a guardian now at peace. She turns toward the window. The sky still glitters with stars, though they seem softer now, hazier as her eyes grow heavy. The constellations blur at the edges, halos shimmering faintly in the silver glow. The moon has slipped lower, casting its light at a gentler angle. Its silver spills across the grass outside, turning dew into tiny mirrors. The forest is a silhouette, now dark shapes against darker sky. Yet the outline is familiar, protective. She gazes at the trees, their crowns outlined faintly, their trunks blending into shadow. They look like companions, standing still through the night, keeping watch. Her eyes lift higher toward the open dome. The stars above are countless, scattered, in their eternal dance. Yet she no longer traces constellations, no longer searches for patterns. Her gaze is soft, unfocused, accepting. She allows the sky to blur, each star blending into the next, until the heavens become a mist of light. It is dreamlike, not sharp, not exact, but beautiful in its haze. The stars glow as if seen through a veil, their light diffused, softened, tender. Clara blinks slowly, lids heavy, and the blur deepens further. She lowers her gaze back into the observatory. The lamplight glows against the desk, painting the wood a deep amber. The journal nearby gleams faintly, its leather cover catching just enough light to shine. The shawl around her shoulders is bathed in shadow, only its folds visible where the flame's glow touches it. The rest of the room has dissolved into darkness. The shelves, the floor, the walls all blended into a single steady shadow. She cannot see every detail anymore, but she does not need to. The room holds her, and that knowing is enough. She raises her hand slightly, watching the lamplight trace across her skin. Her fingers glow faintly gold, then fade into shadow as she lowers them again. She smiles at the sight her own hand made part of the light part of the room's quiet glow. Her eyes wander once more across the observatory, but they are slow now, heavy. Vision itself feels like effort, yet she welcomes the softness. She lets her eyes blur, then clear, then blur again. Every shift feels like drifting deeper into calm. The lamp flickers, faintly shadows dancing for a heartbeat across the walls. Clara watches the flicker, entranced by its rhythm. It is not chaotic, only gentle like a breath. The flame bends, sways, then steadies again, as if reminding her that even light knows how to rest. She leans back, eyelids lowering further. Her vision narrows, the circle of lamplight shrinking, the room dimming. Beyond the glow, only shadow remains, only the faint shimmer of starlight through the dome. She whispers softly to herself, enough light for now, enough to rest. Her eyes close fully, but after a breath, she opens them again, just enough to see the faint silver of the moon slipping lower through the opening. The stars above blur again, halos shimmering. She lets her gaze soften until she can no longer tell one star from another, until they become a single field of light. The observatory is dark, the lamp dim, the stars hazy. Her sight has become a lullaby, nothing sharp, nothing urgent, only glow, shadow blur. Clara sighs softly, eyes heavy. She lets them close once more, this time for longer. Behind her eyelids, she still sees faint patterns of light, stars lingering as gentle echoes. She allows them to fade one by one until only darkness remains. The last thing she sees before sleep claims her is the flicker of the lamp, the shimmer of stars, the silver of the moon, all blending together, all dissolving into shadow. The world is dim, the world is soft, the world is ready for sleep. Clara sits very still, her body heavy, her breath slow. The observatory has grown darker, the lamp a tiny glow in the corner. Its light no longer illuminates the room, only marks its presence, a golden ember against the shadows. She leans forward once more, fingers steady, and turns the wick down to its lowest point. The flame bows, flickers faintly, then steadies into the smallest circle of light. The hiss softens, almost vanishes. The observatory exhales with her. Clara straightens again, shawl wrapped firmly around her hands, folded in her lap. Her body sighs into stillness, her shoulders loosening, her breath deepening. The room has entered its night's rest, and she follows. She closes her eyes, but she does not feel alone in the darkness. She feels the chair beneath her, steady and loyal. She feels the desk nearby, cool and grounding. She feels her shawl warm and enclosing its fibers, brushing against her cheek. She feels the lavender sachet resting close by its perfume, faint but enough. The fragrance blends with her breath, and she imagines it as a soft hand guiding her downward into dreams. Every texture, every presence in the room is a companion, holding her without demand, without expectation. The clock ticks on, but Clara no longer hears it as sound. It is rhythm now, the steady beat of time itself, merging with her heartbeat. The lamp flickers, but she no longer sees it as flame. It is presence now, a tiny sun keeping vigil as she rests. She feels herself softening, dissolving into the room's embrace. She no longer separates herself from chair, from shawl, from air. All are one, All are part of the same sanctuary. Her breathing slows further. Each inhale carries lavender and night air. Each exhale carries release, carrying weight away into the shadows. She surrenders willingly. She no longer seeks anything, no longer waits for anything. Rest has arrived. Her lips part slightly, and she whispers a final thank you. The word is almost silent, almost breath alone. But the observatory hears. The room holds her as it always does. Clara's head tilts back, her body fully cradled by the chair. Her hands rest still, her shawl heavy, her feet warm against the wood. She drifts deeper into the sanctuary of silence. The stars continue their endless glow overhead, but she no longer needs to look. She carries them within her light, now dissolved into memory. The moon continues its silver watch, but she no longer needs to see it. Its glow is already in her chest, steady and calm. The observatory remains guardian of night and dream. Her mind softens, thoughts loosening like leaves falling gently. They do not disappear. They float, drift, dissolve into stillness. She feels the space between thought and dream, wide and soft, welcoming her with open arms. Her body grows heavier still, but her spirit grows lighter as though floating. She is both grounded and free. She is both here and drifting away. Clara exhales once more. Her breath the last sound she hears clearly. Then she lets go. She lets go of the room. She lets go of the stars. She lets go of the night itself. All that remains is rest. The observatory falls into silence, save for the faintest tick of the clock, the faintest hiss of the lamp. Even these fade as sleep arrives, as dream opens, as the world dissolves into calm. And so Clara sleeps, wrapped in her shawl, surrounded by lavender and wood starlight and moonlight silence and sound. She rests in her sanctuary. She rests in enoughness. She rests in peace. Dear friend, as you listen, let yourself rest too. Feel the weight of your body supported. Feel the air around you calm. Know that you are safe. You are enough. You are held. Tonight, no urgency remains. No task, no demand. Only rest. Only the softness of now. Around you, only calm remains. Within you, peace is waiting. You are safe. You are enough. You are already home. The lamp glows its final ember. The stars continue their eternal shine. The clock ticks softly, but time is no longer needed. The night holds you gently and sleep welcomes you fully. Rest now, drift now, sleep now. Good night.